This just in. Jamflex has ruined their game yet again. And guess what, boys? I told you all. I warned of this day, boys. And yet you wonder why I quit this game and went on my alien arc. Ha 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 ha. This game is trash. That's right, boys. Everyone is gathered in the streets of Falador on World 302, and for good reason. Jagex is planning on adding ads and a bunch of other crap to the game. Wow. Everyone is planning on a massive exodus. The entire community is going to quit. Wow. And guess what? I'm proud. And now I hope you boys can understand why I no longer play this terrible and miserable and weirdo game. Wow. Take a look, boys. The cannons stretch all the way from Falador, all the way over to Varrock. Deep in Varrock, and even beyond. Today, we gather not as fans, not as players, but as victims of a cruel and unrelenting tyranny. A tyranny draped in nostalgia, wielding dopamine hits as weapons, and disguised as a game we once loved, old school RuneScape. Remember the golden days? When the world of Gelina was a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos of real life. Back when questing felt meaningful, PvP was thrilling, and grinding for a fire cape felt like a badge of honor rather than a slow march into madness. Well, my friends, those days are over. Jagex has turned old-school RuneScape into a husk of its former self. A hollow shell designed to extract not joy, but your time, energy, and perhaps even your sanity. This game, once a beacon of community-driven progress, has devolved into a predatory mind control device. That's right, a mind control device. Think about it. They dangle nostalgia in front of us like a carrot on a stick, tricking us into clicking endlessly. Each grind, each RNG drop, each pointless update is another shackle on your freedom. Oh, but wait, it gets worse. Jagex, in their infinite wisdom, had been toying with the idea of introducing ads and microtransactions into the game. Yes, you heard me right. Soon, we'll be watching unskippable ads between banking trips and paying $9.99 for an enhanced agility course. What's next? Buy one XP boost, get one free? This is the future they're creating, folks. A dystopia where your GP isn't enough, and your real wallet becomes the loot chest they truly want to plunder. But let me tell you the darkest truth of all. This game isn't just bad, it's designed to trap you. Old school RuneScape is nothing more than an elaborate psychological weapon. A tool used by unseen elites to keep you docile, distracted, and hopelessly addicted. Do you really think it's a coincidence that every grind takes hundreds of hours? That every piece of content is designed to make you chase another dragon, another cape, another meaningless milestone? No. This is a system engineered to drain your life force. Now turn up, boys. Turn it up and inhale those cigarettes. I tried to tell you, dumb-ass idiots. I tried to tell you. But you wouldn't listen. Now Jagex is bending you over like the diddler. Put Ian Taylor back in prison. This game sucks. You see, my boys? I realized long ago that this game was going straight into the dumpster. And lo and behold, I was right. Wow. Every single day, each update, this game becomes one step closer to Runescape 3. It's truly a disgrace to all gaming, and it's honestly embarrassing. Yeah, that's right, boys. It's over. The ads are coming. And just like I said, soon you will be running around in full McDonald's armor with that Happy Meal Battle Pass. Ha 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 ha. I tried to tell them, but they didn't listen. They cried and complained and whined. Whined like little girls, in fact. But I laughed. Break yourself free from the chains of this demonic and British game before you are 40 years old. For years I have sat back and watched all these fake nice guys try to brown-nose Jagex, even watched them try to brainwash everyone into thinking we are in the golden era of Runescape. Fools. Dumb, troglodyte fools, I said. But now it's time to pay the piper. You give Jagex an inch, and they will take a mile. And now look. I want you to go into the bathroom and look at yourself in the mirror and say to yourself, wow. They did it again. I let Jagex scam me again. Except this time you are 50 years old. I tried to warn you boys, I very well did. But now that full Taco Bell armor is coming, and so is that Jack-in-the-Box God sword. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, boys. Sorry, I am not sorry. In fact, I am glad. And I hope Jagex introduced more ads, more EOC, less PvP, and more quests. Because it's what you all deserve for allowing this game to become what it has become. RuneScape players should have quit a long time ago. But instead, they let Jagex bend them over like Meek Mill and the Diddler. And now, look at what's happening. You fools. You inbred, mouth-breathing fools. Oh, you haven't heard? Jagex is bringing ads and microtransactions into the game as we speak. That's right, boys. Now every time you try to bank, you have to watch an unzippable ad. And believe me, boys, you already know it's going to be the most annoying ad you have seen in your life. But guess what, boys? We can win this. We can win by cancelling our memberships and logging out forever. We won. We won. We won. What the hell happened to old school RuneScape? Seriously, what happened? This game has become a joke, a complete dumpster fire run by a company that clearly has the collective IQ of a wet paper bag. Jagex, you absolute buffoons. You've managed to take one of the most beloved games of all time and run it into the ground faster than a noob being PK'd in Lumbridge. And now, You're out here hinting at ads and microtransactions like some kind of fast food corporation slapping logos on everything. What's next, huh? Are we all going to be running around Gielinor in McDonald's armor? Oh, look, there's Sir Big Mac over there with his limited edition chicken nugget sword. Oh, and don't forget the Coca-Cola cape of refreshing agility. Give me a break. Imagine it. You're mid-fight caves about to kill Jad and boom. This wave brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Download now. Or maybe you're thieving in Ardone and suddenly you've got to watch a 30-second ad for some deodorant just to pickpocket the next guard. And why stop there, Jagex? Maybe let us pay $5.99 to skip the grind to 99, or $10 to reduce your RNG prayer drain in the Inferno. Jagex, you absolute clowns, do you even play your own game? Or are you too busy swimming in the sea of cash you made off of bot bans and re-releasing the same game for 20 years? Every single update feels like it's designed by someone who has no idea what the player base actually wants. Let's add another skill nobody asked for. Let's tweak the PvP mechanics until nobody even logs in anymore. Let's just completely ignore all the feedback we get from the community forums. How did we let these absolute clowns ruin old school Runescape? How? Jagex, you incompetent cash-hungry muppets, what the hell are you even doing over there? Are you running the company out of a Chuck E. Cheese or something? Because every decision you make reeks of greasy pizza fingers and a complete lack of common sense. Let's get this straight. Jagex has officially lost the plot. These morons are out here destroying the last shreds of dignity this game had left. Every update is a disaster, every poll is a joke, and every community engagement feels like you're being force-fed garbage with a smile. And now they're seriously flirting with ads and microtransactions. Ads and microtransactions. Are you kidding me? Oh, but don't worry, I'm sure they'll make it optional. Yeah, just like how shoving your head in a blender is optional. Soon, every corner of Gielinor is going to look like a goddamn billboard. You're going to log into Lumbridge and see a giant ad for Raid Shadow Legends plastered across the castle walls. Bank with Wells Fargo for extra inventory slots. Or better yet, let's just rename the game to McDonald's Happy Mealscape. Everyone running around in their Big Mac plate body, wielding their golden fries rapier, and sipping on Pepsi prayer potions. And don't even get me started on what it'll do to gameplay. Imagine this. You're fighting Jad. The healers spawn. And bam! 30-second unskippable ad. This fight is sponsored by Amazon Prime. Subscribe now for free Twitch rewards. By the time you're back, you're dead, your fire cape is gone, and Jagex is laughing all the way to the bank. You know what? I'm convinced the devs don't even play this game. They don't understand it, they don't respect it, and they sure as hell don't care about the players. Every time they announce a new update, it's like they took a dartboard, slapped a bunch of terrible ideas on it and just rolled with whatever they hit. New skill? Garbage. Economy fixes? Non-existent. PvP? Dead. And let's not even talk about the bots. There are more bots in this game than there are functioning neurons in Jagex's boardroom. And you fools, you poor fools, you keep logging in, you keep grinding, you keep paying these corporate parasites who are laughing at you behind your back. Oh, look at these idiots, they say. They'll do anything for a new pet or a cosmetic cape. Let's milk them some more. Well, guess what, Jagex? The joke's over. We're done being your cash cows. We're done grinding your boring, mind-numbing content. And we're done putting up with your pathetic excuse for a game. Here's how we win. Quit, uninstall, walk away. Leave the servers empty, leave the Grand Exchange a wasteland, and let these fools drown in their own incompetence. Imagine them staring at their precious player count as it drops faster than their dignity. Picture them panicking when nobody shows up to buy their overpriced battle pass of shame. Jagex, you absolute circus of failures, this is the end. The community you've betrayed for years is finally waking up. Your mind control device is broken, your golden goose is cooked, and your reign of stupidity is over. So goodbye, Gielinor. Goodbye, bots. Goodbye, Big Mac armor. And goodbye, Jagex. You useless, greedy, incompetent clowns. Rot in the digital hell you created. Oh, you want more? All right. Let's turn this roast into a full-on inferno because I'm just getting warmed up. Jagex, you pack of tea-slurping, biscuit-dunking, brain-dead buffoons, how do you keep finding ways to screw up this badly? It's honestly impressive at this point. Like, are you trying to set a world record for incompetence? Are you running some kind of secret experiment to see how much sheer stupidity a company can pack into every decision before its player base revolts? Let me spell it out for you, Jagex. Nobody wants your corporate garbage. Nobody asked for microtransactions. Nobody wants ads interrupting their gameplay. Nobody needs some god-awful crossover with KFC or Doritos or whatever brand you sell your soul to next. The only thing the players have ever asked for is to leave the damn game alone. But no. You just couldn't resist, could you? You couldn't help yourselves from turning old-school Runescape into the gaming equivalent of a trashy reality show. What's next, huh? A battle pass? Are we going to have daily login rewards like it's some mobile game made for toddlers? Congratulations, you logged in today. Here's a Burger King crown for your character and a free ad boost for your mining XP. Oh, and don't forget the new emotes you can unlock by watching 20 minutes of unskippable commercials. What's that? You're trying to do Wintertot? Too bad. You've got to sit through a 60-second ad for Vimto before you can light another brazier. And the best part? You think you're being clever. You think we don't see through your pathetic money-grubbing tactics. But we do, Jagex. Oh, we do. You're as transparent as a ghost in Mauritania. We see you sitting there rubbing your greasy hands together like cartoon villains, plotting the next way to milk your loyal player base dry. And let's not forget your community engagement. What a joke that is. You parade around on your live streams acting like you're in touch with the players. But it's all just a dog and pony show. Oh, we listen to the community. No, you don't. You listen to your accountants, your investors, and maybe whatever idiot is in charge of your marketing team. The only thing you hear from the community is the sound of them screaming into the void while you ignore every single piece of feedback they give you. Let's talk about the economy too, because holy hell, what a mess. Inflation is so bad in old-school Runescape that you'd think you hired the Bank of England to manage the gold sink. A twisted bow costs more than the GDP of a small country. And the Grand Exchange is basically a black market run by bots and sociopaths. Oh, and speaking of bots, nice job handling those, by the way. The game is so overrun with bots that I half expect to find one fishing in my real-life backyard. But sure, let's focus on adding more cosmetics instead of fixing the actual problems. Genius move, Jagex. You know what, though? None of this should be surprising. Because this is what happens when a bunch of clueless British clowns try to run a game they don't even understand. You're not developers. You're not creators. You're glorified janitors fumbling around with the keys to a building you are supposed to maintain, not demolish. And now, as the cracks in your pathetic management grow bigger, you're desperately trying to duct tape it all together with ads, microtransactions, and whatever brand partnerships you can scrape up. Jagex, you are the gaming industry's biggest embarrassment. You're a laughingstock. You've taken a once great game and turned it into a bloated corpse, parading it around like it's still alive. But the players see the truth. We see your greed. We see your stupidity. And we're done. We're done grinding. We're done logging in. We're done giving you a single second more of our time. Old school RuneScape is dead, and it's your fault. So go ahead, sit there, in your little office in Cambridge, or wherever the hell you are, sipping your lukewarm tea, and watch as your servers empty out. Watch as your precious game crumbles into dust. This is the end, Jagex. And you brought it on yourselves. You've earned every single bit of this failure. Goodbye, you absolute wankers. May your company collapse faster than Varrock on double XP weekend. Oh, you want even more? Fine. Let's keep piling it on. Because Jagex deserves every ounce of ridicule they've earned through their absolute circus of idiocy. Jagex, you're not just bad at your job, you're historically bad. If there were an Olympics for stupidity, you'd take home the gold medal every single year. Hell, you'd probably mess that up too, then try to monetize it. Introducing the Runescape Olympic Bundle. Pay $9.99 to unlock exclusive skins and VIP seating at our failure showcase. You're a company that manages to find new ways to fail, even when the bar is literally buried 6 feet underground. You had the keys to a game that people loved, a game that built one of the most loyal and passionate communities ever. And what did you do? You turned it into a soulless cash grab where everything that made it special has been tossed aside like yesterday's tea bag. And let's talk about your vision. Oh wait, you don't have one. Your idea of innovation is to rehash old content, slap a new coat of paint on it, and call it an update. Every year, it's the same recycled garbage, the same broken promises, and the same half-assed patches that fix nothing. You're like the guy who duct tapes a broken car instead of actually fixing the engine and then wonders why it still doesn't run. And don't think we've forgotten about how slow you are either. My God, you move slower than a noob walking to Varrock without energy potions. It takes you months to release content that a competent team could finish in weeks. And when it finally comes out, it's buggy, unbalanced, and makes everyone wish you had just done nothing instead. Honestly, doing nothing would be an improvement at this point. But no, you can't even leave well enough alone. Now you've decided to chase the big corporate bucks by throwing in ads and microtransactions. Because of course you did. You probably spent months patting yourselves on the back for this brilliant idea. Oi, mate, what if we let players pay to skip the grind? Or better yet, what if we add ads in between every teleport? Think of the revenue. Yeah, think of the revenue, while every single player quits. Do you even understand your own game? Do you even care? Old school RuneScape is supposed to be a grind. That's the point. People loved it because it rewarded effort, patience, and dedication. But here you are, ready to throw all of that out the window so you can sell out to the highest bidder. Ads in Lumbridge. Check. Microtransactions for XP boosts? Oh, absolutely. Maybe even sell a few NFTs while you're at it, because that's totally what the player base wants, right? And let's not pretend this is about improving the game or keeping the servers running. This is about greed. Plain and simple. You're not content with the millions you've already made. You want more. You want to bleed this game dry until there's nothing left but a husk of what it used to be. But guess what, Jagex? You can't bleed us dry if we're not here. That's right. The only way to fight back against your pathetic money-grubbing schemes is to quit. Stop logging in. Stop paying membership fees. Stop giving these clowns any more of your time or money. Because let's face it, old school RuneScape is dead. You killed it. You strangled it with your incompetence, your greed, and your complete inability to understand what made it special in the first place. And now, all that's left is the empty shell of a game, run by a company that couldn't organize a piss-up in a brewery. So here's the final message, Jagex. You're done. The players are done. We're done putting up with your nonsense. You've proven time and time again that you don't deserve our loyalty, our time, or our money. The only thing you deserve is to watch your game collapse, while we all stand on the sidelines, laughing as it burns. Good riddance, you dumb, greedy, British clowns. You've earned every ounce of failure headed your way. Let me tell you something about Jagex. These jokers aren't just incompetent, greedy, and utterly clueless. Oh no, it goes deeper than that. You ever wonder why every single decision they make seems designed to suck the soul out of their players? It's because they've sold their souls to Satan himself. That's right. The higher-ups at Jagex are card-carrying members of the Devil's Fan Club, and they're running this whole operation as one giant tool of spiritual destruction. Think about it. They've turned old-school Runescape, a game that once brought people joy and connection, into a cesspool of greed, frustration, and brain-numbing grind. Why? Because they don't want you happy. They don't want you free. They want you trapped. Trapped in their cycle of addiction, grinding away for hours on end, wasting your time and your soul while they laugh all the way to the bank. It's not a game anymore. It's a mind control device, straight from the pits of hell. And don't think those little demon-themed items in the game are just for fun. Oh no, that's part of the plan. The Abyssal Whip, the Zamarakian Spear, all those little nods to darkness and chaos. Those aren't just game mechanics, they're symbols of the real forces pulling the strings at Jagex. Every time you equip that whip, every time you pray at that Zamarak altar, you're feeding their twisted agenda. They're laughing as you unknowingly participate in their satanic rituals. But don't think they'll get away with it. Oh no. The clock is ticking for these devils in disguise. Every update they push, every bot they ignore, every ad they shove into the game, every single one of these actions is writing their ticket to the lake of fire. And let me tell you, when the day of judgment comes, there's not going to be any gold sinks or microtransactions to buy their way out of it. The Bible is crystal clear. For what shall it profit a man, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. And Jagex. You've sold your soul for what? A couple of ad deals? Some sponsorship money? The fleeting approval of investors who don't even play your game? Well, congratulations, because your payday is coming. And it's not the kind of reward you'll find in a treasure chest update. No, it's eternal fire and brimstone, baby. Picture this. The entire Jagex team standing before the throne of God, trembling as their list of sins is read out loud. You turned my children into bots and ad-clicking zombies. You made a mockery of creativity and community. You flooded Lumbridge with corporate nonsense and turned Gilinor into a shrine to greed. And then boom, they're cast straight into the flames, where their cries of "but we were just following trends" will fall on deaf ears. So, here's the final message for you, Jagex. Repent. Seriously repent. Delete the ads, cancel the microtransactions, and restore the game to what it was meant to be. A place of joy, challenge, and creativity, because if you don't, there's only one place you're headed, and let me assure you it's a lot hotter than the inferno. The players might forgive you, but the Almighty? That's another story entirely. Burn in your own digital hell if you want. But know that the eternal flames of the lake of fire are waiting. And no amount of GP or XP will save you. Let me tell you something about Jagex. These jokers aren't just incompetent, greedy, and utterly clueless. Oh no, it goes deeper than that. You ever wonder why every single decision they make seems designed to suck the soul out of their players? It's because they've sold their souls to Satan himself. That's right. The higher-ups at Jagex are card-carrying members of the Devil's Fan Club, and they're running this whole operation as one giant tool of spiritual destruction. Think about it. They've turned old-school Runescape, a game that once brought people joy and connection, into a cesspool of greed, frustration, and brain-numbing grind. Why? Because they don't want you happy. They don't want you free. They want you trapped in their cycle of addiction, grinding away for hours on end, wasting your time and your soul while they laugh all the way to the bank. It's not a game anymore. It's a mind control device, straight from the pits of hell. And don't think those little demon-themed items in the game are just for fun. Oh no, that's part of the plan. The Abyssal Whip, the Zamorakian Spear, all those little nods to darkness and chaos. Those aren't just game mechanics, they're symbols of the real forces pulling the strings at Jagex. Every time you equip that whip, every time you pray at that Zamorak altar, you're feeding their twisted agenda. They're laughing as you unknowingly participate in their satanic rituals. But don't think they'll get away with it. Oh no. The clock is ticking for these devils in disguise. Every update they push, every bot they ignore, every ad they shove into the game, every single one of these actions is writing their ticket to the lake of fire. And let me tell you, when the day of judgment comes, there's not going to be any gold sinks or microtransactions to buy their way out of it. The Bible is crystal clear. For what shall it profit a man, if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. And Jagex, you've sold your soul for what? A couple of ad deals? Some sponsorship money? The fleeting approval of investors who don't even play your game? Well, congratulations, because your payday is coming. And it's not the kind of reward you'll find in a treasure chest update. No, it's eternal fire and brimstone, baby. Picture this. The entire Jagex team standing before the throne of God, trembling as their list of sins is read out loud. You turned my children into bots and ad-clicking zombies. You made a mockery of creativity and community. You flooded Lumbridge with corporate nonsense and turned Gilinor into a shrine to greed. And then boom, they're cast straight into the flames, where their cries of "but we were just following trends" will fall on deaf ears. So, here's the final message for you, Jagex. Repent. Seriously repent. Delete the ads, cancel the microtransactions, and restore the game to what it was meant to be. A place of joy, challenge, and creativity, because if you don't, There's only one place you're headed, and let me assure you it's a lot hotter than the inferno. The players might forgive you, but the Almighty? That's another story entirely. Burn in your own digital hell if you want. But know that the eternal flames of the lake of fire are waiting. And no amount of GP or XP will save you. All right. Let's turn up the heat. Pun abs. All right. Let's turn up the heat. Pun absolutely intended, because if we're going full apocalyptic, we're not stopping now. Jagex, you clowns don't even realize the spiritual destruction you're wreaking on yourselves and your players. While you sit there in your little Cambridge offices, sipping lukewarm tea and twirling your devilish little moustaches, the forces of darkness are laughing at how well you've done their bidding. You've turned old-school Runescape into a digital Babel, a tower built on greed, deception, and outright rebellion against all that's good and pure. Do you think this is a game? It's not. This is a spiritual battlefield, and you've chosen your side. The wrong side. Your updates reek of satanic influence. Every poll you run, every money-grabbing scheme you implement, every corrupt, bot-filled grand exchange trade you ignore, it all points to the fact that you've been completely consumed by greed and pride. Pride. That's your downfall, Jagex. You thought you could play God with this game. You thought you could manipulate millions of people into grinding their lives away for worthless digital items while you stuffed your coffers full of cash. But pride always comes before the fall, doesn't it? The scriptures tell us, God opposes the proud but gives grace to the humble. James 4:6. And you're about to find out just how much opposition you've stirred up. And let's talk about those ridiculous demonic themes in the game. Do you really think it's a coincidence that you've got players summoning demons, worshipping Zamorak, and entering the abyss like it's no big deal? This isn't just fantasy, it's desensitization. You're slowly, methodically training players to accept darkness, chaos, and corruption as normal. You've become evangelists for the devil, Jagex. Think about it. Instead of spreading hope or joy, you're spreading despair and addiction. You've turned a game into a soul trap, a digital cage designed to keep people grinding endlessly, wasting their time and losing sight of what really matters in life. How many hours have been lost? How many lives have been wasted chasing meaningless XP milestones and GP stacks, while the real world burns around them? You're like the Pied Piper of Gielinor, leading players straight to destruction. But don't think for a second you're getting away with it. Judgment is coming. And let me tell you, when it comes, it won't be pretty. You think banning bots is hard? Let's wait until you're trying to explain your actions to the Almighty himself. Because if we're going full apocalyptic, we're not stopping balancing the economy. Jagex, wait until you're balancing on the edge of eternity, the spiritual destruction staring you're wreaking on yourselves of the lake and your players. Knowing you sit there in your little Cambridge offices, sipping lukewarm tea and you're not just dragging your devilish little moustaches. You're dragging your players with you, laughing at how well you've done their bidding. Every toxic system you perpetuate Runescape into a digital Babel you shove into the game is another brick in the wall, separating people from what really matters. Outright rebellion against all that's good and pure. You've become stumbling blocks. Do you think this is a game? Obstacles to truth. This is a spiritual battlefield, and you've chosen your side. Jesus himself warned about people like you. Your updates reek of satanic influence. If anyone causes every poll you run, every money-grabbing scheme you implement, every corrupt, bot-filled grand exchange trade you ignore, would be better for them to have a millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. Matthew 18:6. You've made your choice, Jagex, and it's crystal clear. You've chosen to serve Mammon, the god of money, greed, and corruption. You've traded the integrity of old-school RuneScape for a quick buck. And in doing so, you've traded your souls for eternity in hellfire. Because let's be real, that's where this road leads. So here's the deal. The only way out, for you now, is repentance. True, heartfelt repentance. Scrap the ads. Burn the microtransactions. Get on your knees and pray for forgiveness, because without it, you're headed straight for eternal torment. And let me tell you, the Inferno in old-school RuneScape has nothing on the real thing. The players see through you, Jagex. We know what you've done. And when the time comes, the righteous will stand tall while the wicked, yes, you, are cast into the flames. Your legacy will be nothing but ash, a cautionary tale for generations to come about the dangers of greed, corruption, and selling your soul to the devil. Enjoy your temporary riches, Jagex, because eternity is waiting and it's going to be very, very hot. Oh, let's not leave out the most insulting slap in the face yet. Jagex's new idea to jack up the monthly membership price to $32 a month. Yes, you heard that right. $32 for a game that hasn't innovated since the Bush administration. They're charging premium prices for a game that still runs on code older than most of the people who play it. At this rate, they'll probably call it RuneScape Platinum plus Ultra Elite Membership, to make it sound fancy, but we all know what it really is. A scam. And what exactly do we get for $32 a month? A whole bunch of nothing. You think they're adding real value for that absurd price? No, no, no. They'll spin some garbage PR about supporting game development. But let's be real. This money is going straight into the pockets of their greedy overlords, while the game itself sinks into further mediocrity. Imagine this dystopian nightmare. $32 a month gets you basic access to the same old grind fest you've been playing for years, except now it's riddled with ads and microtransactions. Oh, you want access to the premium content? That'll be extra. Maybe $10 for faster XP rates, $15 to access certain bosses, and don't forget the exclusive $20 a month VIP Battle Pass that lets you wear some stupid glowing McDonald's-themed armor. But here's the kicker. While you're paying through the nose just to play the game, you'll still be forced to watch ads. Imagine being deep in the Inferno trying to take down Zook, and suddenly an ad for Charmin toilet paper pops up. Or better yet, you're in the middle of a PvP fight, and your opponent gets a lag advantage because your screen is frozen with an unskippable commercial for Burger King. Oh, and let's not forget the cherry on top. They're calling this price hike a necessary step to keep the game alive. Really, Jagex? The game that's had a loyal player base for decades? The game that people have already been paying membership fees for all this time? You're telling me you need $32 a month per player to keep the servers running? That's laughable. If that's true, maybe it's time to admit you have no idea how to manage a game anymore. This isn't about keeping the game alive. It's about milking the players dry, while they still have a shred of nostalgia left. It's about wringing every last penny out of a loyal community before the game crashes and burns under the weight of its own greed. And let's be clear, $32 a month is an insult. It's an insult to the players who've stuck with this game through every bot infestation, every broken update, every half-baked idea Jagex has ever implemented. It's an insult to the community that built this game into what it is today. A community that Jagex clearly doesn't respect or care about anymore. You know what $32 a month gets you in other games? Entire AAA titles, full expansions, and premium services that actually make sense. But in old-school Runescape, it gets you a game infested with bots, outdated mechanics, and a development team that would rather focus on squeezing out ad revenue than improving the experience. So, here's the truth. This game is spiraling into the dumpster of hell, and that $32 a month membership is just another shovel of coal feeding the fire. Jagex doesn't care about you, they don't care about the game. They care about one thing and one thing only: money. They'll sell out their legacy, their community, and their own souls if it means squeezing out one more dollar from their players. But let me tell you, Jagex, no amount of money is going to save you from what's coming. When the players finally wake up and quit this dumpster fire for good, when your cash cow dries up and your servers shut down, you'll have nothing left. No game, no community, no legacy. Just the eternal shame of being the company that killed old-school Runescape. You want $32 a month, Jagex? You can take that $32 and shove it right into the fiery pit. Because this game is heading straight to hell. And you're driving the bus. Oh, we're not stopping yet. Because if Jagex thinks they can gouge players for $32 a month and walk away unscathed, they've got another thing coming. They're playing with fire. And it's not just the game that's about to burn. It's their entire reputation. Let's talk about the sheer audacity of Jagex at this point. Here we are, decades into the game's life, and these clueless clowns have the nerve to slap us with a $32 per month membership for a game that's nothing more than a bloated husk of what it used to be. I mean, $32. What's next? Are we going to pay $50 just to sit in Lumbridge and watch a 5-minute commercial for some irrelevant crap. Oh wait, they'll probably make that a VIP feature, where for just $10 extra a month you can opt out of the ad-heavy experience. But let's break it down. Why $32? Why now? Let's look at the timeline here. Jagex has spent years milking its community dry with lazy updates, half-finished content, and bugs that never get fixed. They've ignored the player base, slapped in a few microtransactions, added ads, and then pretended like they were doing us a favor with every garbage update they release. And now they're going to jack up the price to $32 a month for the privilege of putting up with their trash. That's not a price increase, that's a middle finger aimed right at the people who made them successful in the first place. Think about it. What exactly are you getting for that $32? You're getting no innovation, no genuine updates, no meaningful content. You're getting more ads, more loot boxes, and more of that glorious microtransaction mess they've been trying to ram down your throat for months. It's like a money-grabbing trap, a pyramid scheme in pixel form. The more you spend, the less you get. And don't get me started on the hypocrisy of all of this. Jagex loves to parade around talking about how they're a player-focused company. But what happened to the community-driven updates? What happened to that promise that they'd never sell out for quick bucks? They're out there signing contracts with ad companies, pushing microtransactions like a carnival barker, and pretending they're doing us a favor by raising the price on membership. They're betraying every single player who has ever supported this game. Here's a reality check for you, Jagex. No one is going to pay $32 a month to sit through your stupid ads. If you think that's going to fly, you're delusional. The players you're screwing over aren't some herd of sheep. They're the ones who built this game, who made it the iconic, beloved masterpiece it used to be. And they're not stupid. They see through your greedy, hollow promises. They know exactly what you're up to, and trust me, when enough people have had enough, you'll be the laughing stock of the entire gaming industry. You think you're going to lure players back with a bunch of flashy ads and overpriced microtransactions? Not gonna happen. You know what happens when a community feels betrayed by its game? They leave. They find something else, something better. And that's exactly what's going to happen to you, Jagex. The exodus will be real, and you'll have no one left but your worthless ad partners and a bunch of bots farming your barren wasteland of a game. Let's be real. Old school Runescape is dead. It's already gasping for air, as Jagex suffocates it with their corporate greed. The $32 a month price tag is the last nail in the coffin. It's a desperate attempt to keep a sinking ship afloat, but it's only making things worse. You're going to watch players leave in droves, and when the game finally goes under, there'll be no one to blame but yourselves. You sold out. You killed the soul of the game. You turned a beloved community into nothing more than a collection of credit card numbers and IP addresses. This game is over. It's over. Wow, JJX, you really thought this was going to work, didn't you? $32 a month for a game that's literally falling apart at the seams? Wow. You guys must have thought your players were complete idiots to fall for that one. But guess what? The only ones looking like clueless clowns now are you. Wow. The desperation to make a quick buck is truly impressive. You've gone from a beloved classic to a cash-grabbing joke, and it's only a matter of time before everyone sees right through it. Wow. What's next, JJX? Selling player data so you can target even more ads? Are we going to get pop-ups mid-game telling us that if we buy 5 more in-game cosmetics, we'll get a special free exclusive McDonald's set? Wow, because nothing says classic like turning your game into a shameless billboard. And those $32 membership fees? Yeah, keep charging that while the game becomes nothing more than an interactive advertisement. Wow, you've really outdone yourselves with this one. The game is finished. I mean, I can just picture it now. The next time someone logs in, they'll be greeted with a pop-up that says, "Want to skip this ad? Pay an extra $5. Wow, what a deal, JJX. You've truly perfected the art of sucking every last bit of joy from your game. And you know what? You're going to end up with nothing but a bunch of angry ex-players and a ruined reputation. Wow, nice job on that. And don't even pretend that these price hikes and ad pushes are some sort of strategy to keep the game alive. Wow, that's straight up nonsense. You're not keeping anything alive except your bloated bank account. You've killed the soul of the game in exchange for a few extra bucks. You've turned old-school RuneScape into corporate scum's playground. Wow, what a legacy to leave behind. It's not just about the price hike, either. It's about the principle, JJX. You've sold your British souls to the devil. And you are proud of it. The game is finished. We are quitting. You've completely lost the plot here, JJX. You're not making enhancements to the game. You're stripping away everything that made it great and replacing it with soul-crushing greed. The game is already filled with ads, microtransactions, and bots, and now you've decided to make people pay extra for the privilege of playing in a glorified commercial. Wow, that's genius, right? But here's the thing, there's no way out of this for you, JJX. Once you cross that line, once you sell out your community, there's no coming back. You can't just suddenly act like you care about the game again. You've dug your grave, and that $32 a month is just one more shovel of dirt on top of it. Wow, you guys really nailed it this time. You are all going to burn in hell for eternity with the diddler. And as for that beautiful McDonald's armor you're so proud of, wow, what a joke. It's the perfect symbol of what you've turned this game into, RuneScape 3 and brighter shores. Oh, now it all makes sense, doesn't it? Now you all understand why I quit this game and went on my alien arc. I mean, come on, what was I supposed to do? Stick around and keep feeding into this satanic, greedy monster of a company? Hell no. I didn't want to contribute to this evil empire of corporate clowns who would sell their soul for a quick buck, all while destroying the game that so many of us cherished. You see, while everyone was still hanging around, grinding away in this advertisement-ridden nightmare, I woke up. I realized that I wasn't just wasting my time, I was supporting a corporate parasite that was feeding off the very community that built the game into what it once was. I was giving my time, my energy, and my money to a company that was literally turning the game into a cash grab circus. And when I saw the direction they were heading, when I saw what was coming, I was out. And you know what? It wasn't just the price hikes or the microtransactions that made me leave. It wasn't the ads or the bots. It was the sheer evil behind all of it. The way JJX sold out. The way they betrayed their community. They had no respect for the players anymore. This company is nothing more than a blood-sucking, money-driven machine, and I wanted nothing to do with it. That's when I realized, it wasn't just about the game. It was about staying true to myself. I wasn't going to be some puppet, pulling the strings for a company that worships greed and corporate power. That's when I left. And it wasn't a sad moment. It wasn't a I miss my friends in-game kind of moment. No. It was a freedom moment. It was my escape from the dark forces of the gaming industry that have turned so many beloved franchises into hollow, soulless cash cows. No matter how loud the riots get, no matter how much players complain, it's like they're just shrugging it off with a smirk and saying, yeah, we know you hate the ads, but they're coming anyway. That's right, no amount of protesting, no amount of whining, no amount of backlash is going to make them stop. They've already made their bed, and now they're lying in it, rolling around in the greed they've drenched themselves in. $32 a month. Oh, they're just going to keep cranking it up. Why not? After all, they're the ones making bank off your misery. It doesn't matter how many of you leave, how many of you quit, or how many of you scream at them to bring the game back to what it was. They just don't care. They're not listening. They're too busy counting their money and planning their next ad-filled disaster to give a single thought to the people who made this game what it was. Alright, listen up, everyone. If you want to help get the word out and send a message to JJX, hit that like button right now. Hit it like you've never hit a button before. The more likes we get, the louder we get, and the more people will wake up and see just what kind of greedy, soul-sucking company JJX has become. You see, this isn't just about ranting. This is about spreading the truth and making sure people realize what's happening behind the scenes. So, hit that like button, because when it blows up, we're going to get more eyes on this. More people will start questioning why they're still supporting a company that only cares about lining its pockets. JJX needs to see that we're done with this BS. And the more of you that hit like, the more powerful our message becomes. Alright, let's get real about this. JJX doesn't just worship money, they worship Satan himself, greed, and everything that's wrong with the world. Their only goal is to siphon every last penny out of their players, no matter what it takes. They don't care about the community, they don't care about the game, and they sure as hell don't care about the people who have been loyal to them for years. No, to JJX, players are nothing but cash cows. just pawns in their twisted money-making scheme. And let's talk about the $32 per month membership, shall we? Do you honestly think they're raising the price to improve the game? Hell no. This is about greed, plain and simple. JJX thinks their players are so stupid, they'll just hand over their cash with a smile. $32 a month for a game that's falling apart? Really? That's their solution. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at all of us, thinking we'll keep shelling out the cash while they feed us a steady diet of ads, microtransactions. And a game that's been reduced to a hollow shell of what it used to be. Wow, they really think we're all that dumb, huh? They don't just disrespect their players. They hate them. How else do you explain turning a beloved game into a cash-grabbing nightmare? They've shown their true colors over and over again. They hate the people who made their game popular in the first place. They hate the loyal fans who have stuck with them through thick and thin. And they're dangerous because they don't care about the consequences. They're willing to ruin everything just for money, or while pretending like it's all for the players or to keep the game alive. Yeah, right. If they cared, they wouldn't be shoving ads and microtransactions down our throats every time we log in. They wouldn't be raising prices to astronomical levels, hoping to exploit anyone dumb enough to pay. But that's the real truth, isn't it? JJX is dangerous. They're a company that feeds off desperation. They don't care about the players, they just care about the next dollar they can squeeze out of you. And if you think for 1 second that they're going to stop, you're sorely mistaken. As long as they can keep you hooked with more ads and shiny microtransaction nonsense, they'll keep pushing, keep exploiting, keep abusing their players. $32 a month for a game that's barely hanging on by a thread? It's just the final straw. It's the biggest slap in the face to everyone who's ever supported this game. And JJX knows they're crossing a line. They know they're alienating the very players who made this game great. But they don't care. They're too busy worshipping the money, worshipping the greed, and chasing the next big ad deal. And let's be clear about this, it's not just about the money. It's about the control. JJX has turned their game into a mind-numbing grind, all to make sure players feel stuck, like they have no choice but to keep paying for membership. And if you stop paying, guess what? You're nothing to them. That's how much they hate their players. They're perfectly content watching players burn out, watching them get sucked into the corporate hell they've created. But when it all crashes down, when the players finally start waking up and realize just how evil and manipulative JJX truly is, they're going to be left with nothing. Suck our balls, JJX. The only reason any content creators even play this game is because IT makes them money. And soon they will all quit too, because nobody is going to want to watch this dying and boring bot game. Oh, don't even get me started on how JJX treats their content creators. They don't care about their creators unless they're pushing the woke agenda that JJX is obsessed with. If you're not on board with their corporate-driven, social justice nonsense, you're basically nothing to them. They'll use you when it's convenient, but if you dare step out of line or criticize the toxic mess they've made of old-school Runescape, they'll drop you faster than a microtransaction offer during a holiday event. It's sickening how much they hate content creators who don't conform to their woke narrative. These creators are the lifeblood of the community, helping to build the game and keep the spirit alive, but JJX treats them like garbage unless they can make them dance to their tune. You can work your ass off making guides, entertainment, or streaming your gameplay, but if you don't keep your mouth shut and play by their rules, they'll blacklist you and make sure you're never seen again. JJX doesn't care about creators who are authentic, who have a genuine connection to the community, or who want to express themselves freely. They only care about the ones who will sing their praises, push the woke talking points, and never dare question their greedy decisions. And if that doesn't show you how much they hate the players and creators who have actually supported them all these years, I don't know what will. So, no, JJX doesn't care about content creators. They just care about pushing their agenda. If you're not in line with it, they'll make sure you get shut out, while the ones who kiss up to their agenda get rewarded. It's all about control, not creativity, not passion, not real content. And once again, it's just another example of how they despise the very community that made their game popular. JJX is a joke. And they treat their creators just as badly as they treat their players. JJX doesn't care about creators who are authentic, who have a genuine connection to the community, or who want to express themselves freely. They only care about the ones who will sing their praises, push the woke talking points, and never dare question their greedy decisions. And if that doesn't show you how much they hate the players and creators who have actually supported them all these years, I don't know what will. So, no, JJX doesn't care about content creators. They just care about pushing their agenda. If you're not in line with it, they'll make sure you get shut out, while the ones who kiss up to their agenda get rewarded. It's all about control, not creativity, not passion, not real content. And once again, it's just another example of how they despise the very community that made their game popular. JJX is a joke, and they treat their creators just as badly as they treat their players. Listen up, because this is crucial. The only way we're going to make any kind of real change is if we unite and quit. Every single one of us has to stand up, say enough is enough, and walk away from old school RuneScape once and for all. Together. That's how we hit them where it hurts, in the pocketbook. The more of us who leave, the harder it's going to be for JJX to keep up their greedy, soul-sucking machine. And that's the only way we're going to make them realize they've lost. We've all spent years supporting this game, putting in our time, our money, our loyalty, but now we're watching it all get destroyed by a bunch of corporate clowns who don't care about anything but their ads and their microtransactions. And I'm sick of it. You should be, too. JJX doesn't deserve our support anymore. They don't care about us. They don't care about the community. They don't care about the game. Breaking news. OSRS just got banned by JJX. And you know what that means, right? This is just the beginning. JJX is officially showing its true colors, and they're banning anyone who dares oppose their disgusting ad update. If you think you're safe, think again. They're actively silencing the players who are speaking out against their greedy, money-hungry agenda.
I'll be content if we get 3 total.
If you call out their evil plans,
like things
you
happen,
better believe they'll just ban you like they did with OSRS. What does that tell you? JJX doesn't care about freedom of speech or player concerns. They care about silencing anyone who threatens their cash grab. This is what they've come to. Instead of listening to the community, they're just shutting people down, getting rid of the ones who dare to speak the truth about their sickening decisions. Banning people for speaking out. That's how far they've fallen. And if you're still playing this game, then you're a schmuck. Breaking news, JJX is about to implement a battle pass in old school RuneScape. Yeah? You heard that right, a battle pass in a game that was supposed to be classic, nostalgic, and free of all this modern, pay-to-win nonsense. But no, JJX is hell-bent on turning this once great game into a run-of-the-mill money grab that's more about pushing microtransactions than actually making the game fun. If you thought RuneScape 3 was bad with its Battle Pass-like features, old school RuneScape is about to make it look like a walk in the park, because this is going to be even worse. I mean, just think about it. A Battle Pass? This is straight up pandering to the masses, just like every other modern game that's turning into a pay-to-win monstrosity. And here comes JJX. They've taken everything that made old school RuneScape special and decided it wasn't good enough anymore. So now, we're getting a battle pass, just like we've seen in every single other game trying to milk its player base. It's official, folks. JJX has completely ruined old school RuneScape. The writing's on the wall, and it's hard to ignore now. This game is done. Finished. Over. JJX has taken the thing we all loved, the thing that brought us countless hours of fun, and trashed it with every greedy, mind-numbing decision they've made. Every move they make is just another reminder that they are the dumbest, most out-of-touch company on the planet. How could they be this stupid? Seriously? How can they take a game that was iconic, a game that built its entire reputation on being old school, pure, and free of the modern trash like ads and microtransactions, and turn it into a joke? The Battle Pass, the ads, the price hikes, this is all proof that JJX has lost all sense of what made this game special. They're just a bunch of clueless, greedy, power-hungry idiots who don't care about the players who built their empire. I told you all. Old school isn't just going downhill anymore, it's dead. And there's no saving it. The Battle Pass? That's the nail in the coffin. Microtransactions? They've cancerously infected the game. And now, we're all stuck watching as JJX slowly drives this once great game into the ground, with no hope of it ever returning to the glory it once had. JJX doesn't care about us, the players. They don't care about the community. They don't care about the legacy of old school RuneScape. They care about one thing and one thing only: making as much money as possible, even if it means destroying everything we loved about the game. They think we're stupid, that we'll just keep paying for subscriptions and microtransactions like mindless zombies. But no. We see through their garbage, and we're done. Old school isn't just going downhill anymore, it's dead. And there's no saving it. The battle pass? That's the nail in the coffin. Microtransactions? They've cancerously infected the game. And now, we're all stuck watching as JJX slowly drives this once great game into the ground, with no hope of it ever returning to the glory it once had. JJX doesn't care about us, the players. They don't care about the community. They don't care about the legacy of old school RuneScape. They care about one thing and one thing only: making as much money as possible, even if it means destroying everything we loved about the game. They think we're stupid, that we'll just keep paying for subscriptions and microtransactions like mindless zombies. But no. We see through their garbage, and we're done. Listen up, because this is the truth. It's over. The game is dead, and there's no coming back from this. No matter how much we loved it, how much we invested in it, old school RuneScape has become a shell of its former self. Every single aspect of it is broken. The bots, the cheaters, the bot clients, and now the ruined economy. It's a dying, decaying mess. I'm not here to sugarcoat it, I'm here to tell you the cold, hard truth. This game is done, and we all need to quit. Walk away. I want to take a moment to say thank you to all the amazing fans and supporters who have stuck with me over the years. I've had some of the most incredible people cheering me on, standing by me, and sharing this journey. But it's time to be honest with ourselves. Old school RuneScape isn't the game we once knew. It's trash. The bots have overrun everything, and no one at JJX seems to care. The cheaters are running rampant with no consequences. Bot clients are everywhere, and JJX has done nothing to stop it. The economy is in shambles, and it's clear that the game is just a shell of what it used to be. JJX doesn't care. They don't care about the game, they don't care about the community, and they definitely don't care about the players who have supported them all these years. It's all about making money now, and the rest of us are just left to watch it all burn. And you know what, boys? RuneFest and their garbage gnome awards are for complete brown-nosing Reddit clowns. Ha 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 ha. We've been dealing with broken systems, exploits, and endless bots for far too long, and there's no sign of it getting better. In fact, it's getting worse. It's time to let go. It's time to quit. Thank you to everyone who's been here with me through thick and thin. You're the ones who've made this journey worth it, and it's because of you that I've stayed committed for so long. But this game? This game has turned into absolute trash, and I can't stand by and watch it decay anymore. If you're still hanging on, I get it. I was there too. But we have to move on. This game is a dying, broken thing, and no amount of hope or nostalgia is going to fix it. It's over. It's time for us all to quit and never look back. This game isn't worth our time, our energy, or our money anymore. We deserve better. The community deserves better. IT's over. Alright, listen up, if we want to make real change, we have to spread the message far and wide. That's right, I need all of you to hit that like button, share this video, and post it everywhere, on Twitter, Reddit, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you can. Share the screenshots, share the truth, and make sure everyone sees what JJX is doing to this once great game. This is bigger than just a rant. This is about saving your time, your energy, and your sanity. We need to quit now and spread the word that this game is dead. If we don't take action now, we risk wasting our lives, our precious 30s and 40s, on a game that is draining us and destroying the very things we used to love about it. Don't let your life be ruined by this greedy, broken, British trash. It's time to get out before it's too late. Your time is way too valuable to spend it in a game that's been turned into a money-grabbing monster with bots, cheaters, and a destroyed economy. We can still make a difference, but only if we act together. Hit that like button, share the message, and let's make sure everyone knows that old school Runescape is dead. Save yourselves before you end up spending the next decade of your life in a failing, pointless game that will leave you with nothing but regret. This is it. Quit now, before your life is ruined. Let's take a stand and make sure we never go back to this disaster. It's time to move on, together. JJX hates you all. For those of you who still don't know, there's a massive riot happening right now in the community. And do you want to know why? Because JJX is about to raise the monthly membership to $32. Yup. You heard that right. $32 per month to play a game that's been ruined in every way possible. This is exactly what I predicted and warned about, and now it's happening. JJX has taken the final step into complete greed and has decided that squeezing more money out of us is their top priority. This is a slap in the face to every player who's supported them, who's put in the hours, the years, the money, and the love. But it's not just that. They're doubling down on this scam by implementing in-game ads and microtransactions. Yes, you read that right. The ads that we've been warning about? They're coming. And the microtransactions? They're going to be everywhere, just like we feared. You're going to have to pay for the privilege of enjoying a game that was once free of this garbage. JJX has taken everything that was good about this game, the nostalgia, the pure gaming experience, the community, and they've destroyed it. And now, they're hitting us with these price hikes and money-hungry updates because they don't care about the players anymore. They just want our money. This isn't about making the game better. It's about turning old-school RuneScape into just another cash grab. And you know what? It's working. But not for long. The community is rioting, and they've had enough. We all saw this coming, and now it's here. The Battle Pass, the ads, the MTX, they're going to ruin this game, and JJX doesn't care. They're going to keep pushing these updates and try to silence anyone who dares speak up. But we have to keep fighting. This isn't just about $32 memberships, it's about saving this game from becoming yet another corporate nightmare. Don't let them win. Quit now, and spread the message. Let's take this riot to the next level, and make sure JJX knows that they can't just keep doing whatever they want to us. JJX is about to feel the full wrath of the community. $32 per month for a game that's been destroyed by bots, cheaters, and a greedy cash grab? Are you kidding me? This is the final straw. They think they can just force us into paying for their broken mess and we'll sit there and take it? Hell no. It's time to make sure they understand that they can't destroy this game and get away with it. JJX is about to burn in hell, and I'm not talking about some metaphorical, soft version of hell. I'm talking about the real consequences of betraying their community. These guys think they're untouchable, that they can just keep pushing ads, microtransactions, and ridiculous price hikes without any repercussions. But let me tell you, it's over for them. We've seen what they've done to old school RuneScape, and it's clear now, they don't care about the players, they don't care about the game, and they sure as hell don't care about the legacy that they've destroyed. JJX has turned this game into a money-grabbing monster that spits in the face of every player who's spent years grinding, having fun, and building the community that made old-school RuneScape the legendary game it once was. And now they're about to burn for it. There's no escaping the truth. Their actions will lead them straight into a metaphorical hell of their own making. Greed is going to consume them. The community is waking up, and they're not going to sit around and watch their beloved game turn into a dumpster fire. You can keep pushing your ads and microtransactions, JJX. You can keep raising the prices and treating your players like cash cows. But we won't forget. We won't let you get away with it. And when the dust settles, it'll be JJX that's burning in hell, because they sold their soul for a few extra bucks, and in the end, that's all they'll have, a broken, empty game full of advertisements and disappointment. I was the only one who had the guts to tell the truth about what was happening to old school RuneScape. While everyone else was silent, too busy chasing clout or hoping for a paycheck from JJX, I was out here warning you all. I was the one actually caring about the real-life consequences of what JJX was doing to the game and to all of us. And let me be clear, I wasn't just talking about the game. I was talking about your lives, your time, your energy, and how this was going to destroy it all. I tried to warn you, I tried to help you, but you didn't listen. I told you all about the microtransactions, the ads, the bots, and the greedy updates that were coming. I said this was going to ruin the game, and everyone laughed it off. They said I was being dramatic. They said I was overreacting, but now look where we are. $32 memberships, ads, microtransactions, and a game that's more broken than ever. The proof is in all my videos, the warnings were there, but nobody listened. I've been ahead of the curve from the start, telling the truth when no one else had the courage to say anything. I was the only content creator who gave a damn about what was really going on with old school RuneScape. I cared about the players. I cared about the community. I cared about you, the people who have spent years of your lives in this game, grinding, building memories, and forming friendships. But no one was ready to hear it. Instead, people kept on supporting JJX like blind sheep, thinking it was all going to magically get better. Well, look where we are now. It's too late. The game is ruined. The community is in shambles, and JJX doesn't care. They never cared. But I cared. And I still do. But I was the only one who saw this coming, and I was right. So now, we have to live with the consequences. And those who didn't listen realize that they could have avoided this nightmare. But they didn't. They didn't listen. Now everyone put those cigarettes in the chat. Because old school RuneScape has become a woke disaster for a bunch of 40-year-old weirdos who think they can tell us what's acceptable in the game now. JJX has ruined everything that once made this game great, and now it's just a shadow of its former self. This isn't about gameplay anymore. It's about a corporate agenda and a community that's lost its soul. Thanks to Reddit and the woke crowd, this game has turned into a complete joke, full of people who've forgotten what real gaming is about. This game is officially done. The end is near, and if you're still clinging to hope, thinking it's going to get better, wake up. JJX doesn't care about the real players, the ones who loved this game for what it used to be. No. They're too busy pandering to the woke agenda and catering to a bunch of online communities that would rather focus on being inclusive than making sure the game works the way it's supposed to. It's all gone downhill. Old school RuneScape is woke trash. Oh, it's about to get so much worse, and if you think JJX has already ruined this game, just wait. They're about to flood old school RuneScape with non-stop in-game ads, and you better believe one of the first ones is going to be Raid, Shadow Legends. Imagine you're just trying to chill and grind, and all of a sudden, you're hit with a pop-up ad for this garbage mobile game. Raid, Shadow Legends, everywhere. Every time you log in, every time you level up, hell, even in the middle of your quest, you're going to be bombarded with these ads. That's the future of old school RuneScape. It's a nightmare. You thought you could escape for a few hours, but nope. JJX doesn't care about the experience anymore. They're turning this game into one giant ad space. You're going to see Raid, Shadow Legends everywhere. In every single corner of the game, you'll be reminded that this is what it's all come down to. This game is turning into one giant commercial. And if you think it's just going to stop with Raid Shadow Legends, think again. They're going to pile on more, until you can't even think straight without being advertised to every 5 seconds. You won't even be able to escape it. Jagex is going to sell your attention to the highest bidder, and right now, Raid Shadow Legends is winning that race. And the worst part? They think they can get away with it, that we'll just sit here and take it. Well, no. It's over. The game you loved, the game you spent years in, is about to be oversaturated with ads, and it's going to feel like you're living in a freaking commercial. This is not the RuneScape you used to know. It's just trash now. And if you're okay with that, good luck, because this is just the beginning. This is why I started my conspiracy RC. Let me tell you something about Jagex. These jokers aren't just incompetent, greedy and utterly clueless. Oh no, it goes deeper than that. You ever wonder why every single decision they make seems designed to suck the soul out of their players? It's because they've sold their souls to Satan himself. That's right. The higher-ups at Jagex are card-carrying members of the Devil's Fan Club, and they're running this whole operation as one giant tool of spiritual destruction. Think about it. They've turned old-school RuneScape, a game that once brought people joy and connection, into a cesspool of greed, frustration, and brain-numbing grind. Why? Because they don't want you happy. They don't want you free. They want you trapped. Trapped in their cycle of addiction, grinding away for hours on end, wasting your time and your soul while they laugh all the way to the bank. It's not a game anymore. It's a mind control device, straight from the pits of hell. And don't think those little demon-themed items in the game are just for fun. Oh no. That's part of the plan. The Abyssal Whip, the Zamorakian Spear, all those little nods to darkness and chaos. Those aren't just game mechanics, they're symbols of the real forces pulling the strings at Jagex. Every time you equip that whip, every time you pray at that Zamorak altar, you're feeding their twisted agenda. They're laughing as you unknowingly participate in their satanic rituals. But don't think they'll get away with it. Oh no. The clock is ticking for these devils in disguise. Every update they push, every bot they ignore, every ad they shove into the game, every single one of these actions is writing their ticket to the lake of fire. And let me tell you, when the day of judgment comes, there's not going to be any gold sinks or microtransactions to buy their way out of it. The Bible is crystal clear. For what shall it profit a man, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. And, Jagex, you've sold your soul for what? A couple of ad deals? Some sponsorship money? The fleeting approval of investors, who don't even play your game? Well, congratulations, because your payday is coming. And it's not the kind of reward you'll find in a treasure chest update. No, it's eternal fire and brimstone, baby. Picture this. The entire Jagex team standing before the throne of God, trembling as their list of sins is read out loud. You turned my children into bots and ad-clicking zombies. You made a mockery of creativity and community. You flooded Lumbridge with corporate nonsense and turned Gielinor into a shrine to greed. And then boom, they're cast straight into the flames, where their cries of "but we were just following trends" All right. Let's turn up the heat. Pun absolutely intended, because if we're going full apocalyptic, we're not stopping now. Jagex, you clowns don't even realize the spiritual destruction you're wreaking on yourselves and your players. While you sit there in your little Cambridge offices, sipping lukewarm tea and twirling your devilish little moustaches, the forces of darkness are laughing at how well you've done their bidding. You've turned old-school Runescape into a digital Babel, a tower built on greed, deception, and outright rebellion against all that's good and pure. Do you think this is a game? It's not. This is a spiritual battlefield, and you've chosen your side. The wrong side. Your updates reek of satanic influence. Every poll you run, every money-grabbing scheme you implement, every corrupt, bot-filled grand exchange trade you ignore. It all points to the fact that you've been completely consumed by greed and pride. Pride. That's your downfall, Jagex. You thought you could play God with this game. You thought you could manipulate millions of people into grinding their lives away for worthless digital items while you stuffed your coffers full of cash. But pride always comes before the fall, doesn't it? The scriptures tell us, God opposes the proud but gives grace to the humble. James 4:6. And you're about to find out just how much opposition you've stirred up. And let's talk about those ridiculous demonic themes in the game. Do you really think it's a coincidence that you've got players summoning demons, worshipping Zamorak, and entering the abyss like it's no big deal? This isn't just fantasy, it's desensitization. You're slowly, methodically training players to accept darkness, chaos, and corruption as normal. You've become evangelists for the devil, Jagex. Think about it. Instead of spreading hope or joy, you're spreading despair and addiction. You've turned a game into a soul trap, a digital cage designed to keep people grinding endlessly, wasting their time and losing sight of what really matters in life. How many hours have been lost? How many lives have been wasted chasing meaningless XP milestones and GP stacks, while the real world burns around them? You're like the Pied Piper of Gielinor, leading players straight to destruction. But don't think for a second you're getting away with it. Judgment is coming. And let me tell you, when it comes, it won't be pretty. You think banning bots is hard? Wait until you're trying to explain your actions to the Almighty himself. You think you've got problems balancing the economy. Wait until you're balancing on the edge of eternity, staring into the depths of the lake of fire, knowing you brought this on yourselves. And here's the kicker. You're not just dragging yourselves down. You're dragging your players with you. Every bot you ignore, every toxic system you perpetuate, every ad you shove into the game is another brick in the wall separating people from what really matters. You've become stumbling blocks, obstacles to truth and freedom. And Jesus himself warned about people like you. If anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for them to have a millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. Matthew 18:6. You've made your choice, Jagex, and it's crystal clear. You've chosen to serve Mammon, the god of money, greed, and corruption. You've traded the integrity of old-school Runescape for a quick buck. And in doing so, you've traded your souls for eternity in hellfire. Because let's be real, that's where this road leads. So here's the deal. The only way out, for you now, is repentance. True, heartfelt repentance. Scrap the ads. Burn the microtransactions. Get on your knees and pray for forgiveness, because without it, you're headed straight for eternal torment. And let me tell you, the Inferno in old-school Runescape has nothing on the real thing. The players see through you, Jagex. We know what you've done. And when the time comes, the righteous will stand tall while the wicked, yes, you, are cast into the flames. Your legacy will be nothing but ash, a cautionary tale for generations to come about the dangers of greed, corruption, and selling your soul to the devil. Enjoy your temporary riches, Jagex, because eternity is waiting and it's going to be very, very hot. Oh, let's not leave out the most insulting slap in the face yet. Jagex's new idea to jack up the monthly membership price to $32 a month. Yes, you heard that right. $32 for a game that hasn't innovated since the Bush administration. They're charging premium prices for a game that still runs on code older than most of the people who play it. At this rate, they'll probably call it RuneScape Platinum plus Ultra Elite Membership, to make it sound fancy, but we all know what it really is. A scam. And what exactly do we get for $32 a month? A whole bunch of nothing. You think they're adding real value for that absurd price? No, no, no. They'll spin some garbage PR about supporting game development. But let's be real. This money is going straight into the pockets of their greedy overlords, while the game itself sinks into further mediocrity. Imagine this dystopian nightmare. $32 a month gets you basic access to the same old grind fest you've been playing for years, except now it's riddled with ads and microtransactions. Oh, you want access to the premium content? That'll be extra. Maybe $10 for faster XP rates, $15 to access certain bosses, and don't forget the exclusive $20 a month VIP Battle Pass that lets you wear some stupid glowing McDonald's-themed armor. But here's the kicker. While you're paying through the nose just to play the game, you'll still be forced to watch ads. Imagine being deep in the Inferno trying to take down Zook, and suddenly an ad for Charmin toilet paper pops up. Or better yet, you're in the middle of a PvP fight, and your opponent gets a lag advantage because your screen is frozen with an unskippable commercial for Burger King. Oh, and let's not forget the cherry on top. They're calling this price hike a necessary step to keep the game alive. Really, Jagex? The game that's had a loyal player base for decades? The game that people have already been paying membership fees for all this time? You're telling me you need $32 a month per player to keep the servers running? That's laughable. If that's true, maybe it's time to admit you have no idea how to manage a game anymore. This isn't about keeping the game alive. It's about milking the players dry while they still have a shred of nostalgia left. It's about wringing every last penny out of a loyal community before the game crashes and burns under the weight of its own greed. And let's be clear, $32 a month is an insult. It's an insult to the players who've stuck with this game through every bot infestation, every broken update, every half-baked idea Jagex has ever implemented. It's an insult to the community that built this game into what it is today. A community that Jagex clearly doesn't respect or care about anymore. You know what $32 a month gets you in other games? Entire AAA titles, full expansions, and premium services that actually make sense. But in old-school RuneScape, it gets you a game infested with bots, outdated mechanics, and a development team that would rather focus on squeezing out ad revenue than improving the experience. So, here's the truth. This game is spiraling into the dumpster of hell. and that $32 a month membership is just another shovel of coal feeding the fire. Jagex doesn't care about you. They don't care about the game. They care about one thing and one thing only: money. They'll sell out their legacy, their community, and their own souls if it means squeezing out one more dollar from their players. But let me tell you, Jagex, no amount of money is going to save you from what's coming. When the players finally wake up and quit this dumpster fire for good, when your cash cow dries up and your servers shut down, you'll have nothing left. No game, no community, no legacy. Just the eternal shame of being the company that killed old school Runescape. You want $32 a month, Jagex? You can take that $32 and shove it right into the fiery pit. Because this game is heading straight to hell. And you're driving the bus. Oh. Ha 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 ha, wow. I predicted this, boys. I predicted this all. It was only a matter of time until Sumiome bought JJX. And didn't give two craps about their dumb little code of honor about no in-game ads and microtransactions. I told you the McDonald's Battle Pass was coming. The precious Taco Bell armor. And guess what, boys? IT's coming. RuneScape 3 is coming. Wow. IT's over. Old school RuneScape is finished. There's no sugarcoating it. No pretending that it's going to magically come back from this. It's over. The game we all once loved, the game that brought us countless memories, the good, the bad, and all those wild moments with the goons, slapping Johnny boys, and those hilarious crybaby Redditine men who couldn't handle a bit of competition. Well, that's all in the past now. It's just a sad, broken memory at this point. I'm going to cherish those memories forever. The nights spent grinding, the inside jokes with the crew, the rush of defeating bosses, and the chaos of trolling each other in the wild. It was pure, it was fun, and it felt like there was nothing like it. But that's gone now. This game has been hijacked, turned into a cash grab, and it's only going downhill from here. The woke agenda, the greedy microtransactions, the raid, Shadow Legends ads, they're all part of the mess that's come to destroy everything that made old school RuneScape special. This company, JJX, is nothing more than a pathetic, shape-shifting lizard organization that's tied in with the elites, pulling the strings from behind the scenes to control the players and manipulate the game for their own greedy purposes. They've sold out to the elites and now they're just puppets, dancing to whatever tune the powers that be play. These aren't even real people anymore, they're lizards in human form, constantly changing their appearance to look like they're doing something for the players, when all they're doing is using us as tools to fill their pockets. JJX doesn't care about the game or the community. They never did. They've always been part of this bigger scheme, where their only purpose is to push the agenda of the elite few who control everything. Fake nice guy lizards. The ads, the microtransactions, the woke agenda, this is all a part of a much bigger plan, a conspiracy that's been building for years, and JJX is just one of the many tools being used by these elite, shadowy figures to keep us distracted and under control. They're a bunch of puppets who think they can get away with destroying a game that meant so much to so many people. But guess what? It's not going to work. We see through the illusion. We see the lizards for what they really are. And as long as we keep fighting back, as long as we keep spreading the truth, these shape-shifting lizards and their elite puppet masters won't have a chance. We will expose them for the frauds they are, and this game will be free from their control. Stand up for yourselves for once in your sad lives and log out of this game forever. JJX and their elite puppet masters are a blight on the gaming world. They're like crawling, shape-shifting lizards, always slithering around, changing their skin to appear harmless. But at the end of the day, they're nothing more than parasites, draining every bit of life and authenticity from the game we once loved. They've sold their souls to the elites who control everything, greedy, power-hungry individuals who see the players as nothing more than cattle to be farmed for money and control. They're draining every ounce of what made old-school Runescape special, all for a quick buck to line their pockets. But here's the thing. They think they're untouchable, like they're somehow above us. They think their ads, their microtransactions, and their corporate tactics will break our spirits. They think that by feeding us these cheap distractions, they'll keep us dumbed down and docile. They think the community will sit back and take it. But we're not falling for it. We see the lizard people for who they really are. We know exactly what's going on. JJX isn't in control anymore. The players are. They've completely lost sight of what made old-school RuneScape great. The community, the authenticity, the fun of a real game. Now they're just puppets, dancing to the tune of their elite overlords, and it's all falling apart. It's a slow-motion disaster. They've poisoned the well, and now they're just waiting for it all to collapse. But we're not going to let them get away with it. How many times are they going to stab us in the back? It's time to quit. Wow. We're not just talking about fixing the game anymore, we're talking about taking it back. Exposing these shape-shifting lizards for the frauds they are. The truth is out. It's clear. And we have to keep pushing, keep making noise, keep spreading the word, because as long as JJX and the elites keep trying to control the narrative, they're never going to let us have our game back. But we will fight. And we will win. In fact, we already won. Hit that like button so this video gets out there. We need Asmongold to crap on JJX right now. Someone send it up the ladder. Share pictures on Reddit and X. Let them know that you are done and that this company is the devil. These insane lunatics at JJX actually think they can get away with this. They are so dumb and out of touch with reality, it's honestly laughable. Trying to make membership a ridiculous $32 per month? Are you serious? That's not just greedy, that's a full-on slap in the face to the players who've been loyal to this game for years. They're literally robbing us and expecting us to thank them for it. It's like they're trying to destroy every shred of trust we ever had in them. And they think we're just going to sit back and accept it? Well, I knew this day was coming. I saw it from miles away. The second they started hinting at their greedy plans, I knew they'd go full throttle and hit us with a cash grab that we'd never recover from. But hey, this is what happens when you let a bunch of clueless corporate monkeys run the show. They're so far up their own behinds. They think $32 a month is reasonable. Like somehow that's going to fix the game or make us all feel like loyal customers again. It's honestly mind-blowing. And if you think that's bad, just wait until they unleash Evolution of Combat on us. Yeah, you know it's coming. They're going to take old school RuneScape and turn it into something that looks and feels like RuneScape 3, only worse. More flashy, more chaotic, and with even less soul. They'll slap some ridiculous mechanics on top of it, all in the name of innovation, while we're all left trying to piece together what the hell just happened to our beloved game. But hey, Reddit's gonna love it, right? The same Reddit crowd that wants to ruin everything for the rest of us. The ones who think this kind of garbage is the future. They'll eat it up, and JJX will call it a success, and we'll all be stuck with this abomination. It's just the same old story with JJX. Destroy what we love and replace it with something that's just awful. But we see through it. We see exactly what they're trying to do. It's insulting, it's destructive, and it's insane. They're pushing this game to the brink of total ruin, and they think we're just going to follow along like good little sheep. But they're wrong. We're done. It's finished, boys. The end of old school RuneScape is coming. History is repeating, boys, just like I said it would. Wow. And you guys thought I was too harsh on JJX. Listen here, boys. I know JJX better than anyone. This is exactly how they operate. They pretend like they are some nice guys. But they are satanic troglodytes. This company, JJX, thinks every single one of us is a dumb sheep, just here to follow whatever ridiculous trend they shove in our faces. They treat us like we're all too stupid to see what they're doing, like we won't notice how they're stripping the game of everything we loved and turning it into a soulless, cash-grabbing machine. They're mocking us, thinking they can push out all this garbage and that we'll just take it because hey, it's old school RuneScape, right? Newsflash, we're not that dumb. They pretend to care. They pretend to be a part of the community, like they're just one of us. They release updates, hold their little surveys, and act like they're listening to the players. But let's get one thing straight, they don't care about us. They hate us. All of us. They loathe the people who actually made this game what it is, the ones who built it up over the years, the ones who put in the time, effort, and money to make this game what it was. But now they've sold out. Now they're just another corporate entity with a bunch of money-hungry executives pulling the strings. They don't care about your feedback. They don't care about your nostalgia. They don't care about your experience. They just see us as cash cows, and they will milk us dry. JJX is out here pretending to be all community driven, trying to make us think they give a damn. But the truth is, they just want to squeeze every penny they can out of us before this game is completely wiped off the map. They'll put on a smile and act like everything's fine, that they're so glad we're all still here. But we know the truth. They despise the players who aren't on board with their microtransactions, their ads, their evolution of combat, their $32 membership. Hell, they don't care about any of us unless we are handing over our cash. It's a scam, and they think we're too naive to notice. But we do notice. And we're not stupid. They don't want us to have a voice. They don't want us to speak out. They want us to just shut up, keep playing, and keep paying. But we're not going to play their game. We're not going to let them get away with treating us like nothing but their personal ATM. They hate us, and we're done playing along with their sick charade. They stabbed the PvP community in the back years ago. And now, everyone is seeing JJX's true colors. JJX. A bunch of absolute shats, just a group of Tim Allen cowboys who think they can ride in on their fake cowboy hats and start telling us what we should pay for, what we should put up with. They are clueless and have no idea what the real players want. They've turned into a bunch of Kenny Chesney clowns, just pretending to be all fun and country, acting like they care about the community when in reality, they're only interested in squeezing every cent from our pockets. It's disgusting. And now they want us to pay $32 per month just to play a game that's been ruined by ads, microtransactions, and endless corporate nonsense. Hell no. We are not paying $32 a month for a game that's spiraling into a toxic hellhole. This game has been hijacked. And we're not going to sit here and let them tell us that $32 is acceptable when we've been playing this for years with $5 memberships and having a blast. They think they can just change the rules and we'll fall in line? Not gonna happen. And don't get me started on the ads. In-game ads? Are you serious? You can feel the greed oozing out of JJX as they line up more and more ads for Aid, Shadow Legends and whatever other corporate sponsors they can dig up. And now? They're banning anyone who dares to oppose these ads. As we speak, JJX is cracking down on anyone who speaks out against their plans. They don't care about our voices. They don't care about our opinions. All they care about is shutting us up and getting their money. The truth doesn't matter to them. They're trying to make an example of anyone who dares to stand up for what's right. Well, we won't be silenced. We won't be forced into submission by these cowboys, these clowns, and these greedy shats. We see what they're doing, and we're not going down without a fight. The more they try to shut us down, the more we'll speak up. The more they try to ban us, the louder we'll get. We will not accept their vision of what old-school RuneScape is turning into. Let's face it, JJX loves the devil. They've sold their souls for profit, and now they're dragging old school RuneScape down into the depths of hell right along with them. Every move they make, from the $32 membership fees to the in-game ads that are coming for us, shows just how much they love destroying everything that was once good about this game. They don't care about the community. They don't care about what we want. They've embraced their greedy, devilish ways, and it's clear as day. These ads, yeah, they're coming. No matter how much we scream, no matter how much we protest, JJX is determined to shove these ads down our throats. They've already made up their minds, and the players' voices mean nothing to them anymore. This isn't about the game or the community, this is about them making bank, and they'll do anything to get there. They're not listening to us, they're listening to their corporate overlords. It's absolutely insane, but there are actually people in the RuneScape community who are so dumb and engulfed by the echo chamber on Reddit, that they've been brainwashed into thinking these ads are actually a good thing. Can you believe that? These people honestly believe that ads and microtransactions are somehow going to help the game survive, that this is what's going to save RuneScape. It's like they've completely lost touch with reality. They've been so consumed by this Reddit mob mentality, so deep in their little bubbles, that they can't even see how devastating this will be for the game in the long run. Ads are not the solution. They never were. But these idiots can't get that through their thick skulls. They want to accept this garbage. They want to praise it like it's some kind of blessing for the game. Well, it's not. It's not saving anything, it's just destroying the soul of the game bit by bit. They actually believe that without these ads, the game will somehow collapse. They think that if we don't let JJX turn this into a full-blown commercial, there won't be any way for the game to keep going. Wake up, people. You're being manipulated by a company that only cares about its bottom line. They've convinced these deluded players that ads are the only way to make the game survive, and it's so incredibly sad to watch. These people are basically saying, hey, let's just hand our souls over to JJX and let them destroy everything we loved about this game, because it'll help them make more money. It's honestly crazy how some people can't see it. The game doesn't need ads and microtransactions. What it needs is respect for the community, respect for the history of the game, and a commitment to the players that built it up. These clueless Reddit sheep think they're helping, but all they're doing is selling out to JJX's greed. They're like puppets, dancing on the strings of corporate manipulation, and they don't even realize it. And no boys, I can't turn on the auto chat because last time I did it a riot, my YouTube channel got a copyright strike for something a guy said. This game and YouTube are trash. Wow, we can't let them take the game down this path. We need to quit, we need to send a message that this is not okay, and we need to make it clear that we'll never stand for a game that's more concerned with ads and profits than the actual players. Old school RuneScape is finished. There's no denying it anymore. We've reached the breaking point. The final strike has come, and it's all downhill from here. Jagex has made it crystal clear, they don't care about us. They don't care about the players who've supported this game for years. The days of the game we once loved are over, and the sailing update is the final nail in the coffin. You might have thought the game could bounce back, but this is it. The sailing update. That's just the beginning. It's like they're trying to distract us with some shiny new content while they plunder our wallets and destroy everything that made old school RuneScape special. This isn't about fun or quality gameplay anymore, it's about profits. It's about ads, microtransactions, and making as much money as they possibly can before the whole thing crashes down. And they don't care about the damage. It's time to send a message. We can't just sit back and watch this game get ruined any longer. The only way to make it stop is to quit. We have to leave, once and for all, to let them know that we will not stand for this. No more money for Jagex. No more hoping things will magically get better. This is the final strike, the end of the line for old school. If everyone walks away, if everyone quits, Jagex will finally see that we're done. But if we keep playing, if we keep handing them our money, they'll just keep pushing us into the ground. The sailing update is just the start, but trust me, they've got plenty more shiny distractions lined up to keep us hooked, but we can't fall for it anymore. We can't let them take everything. Alright, now it's time to get loud. We need to make sure the whole world knows what's going on here. We need to spread the message far and wide. So hit that like button right now. Smash it, let's get this video into the algorithm and make sure everyone who's still stuck in Jagex's trap knows what's happening. This is bigger than just one game, it's about showing Jagex that we're fed up. We're done being treated like cash cows. We're done being manipulated and lied to. Jagex is the devil, and it's time to expose them for what they are. They've been pulling the strings, feeding us microtransactions and ads for years, and now it's time to fight back. We've been ignored for too long. They've sold us out, and we need to make sure everyone knows it. So, hit that like button, share this video everywhere you can. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Discord. Wherever you can spread the word, do it. We need to show the world what's going on with old school RuneScape and how Jagex is ruining it. Well, folks, it looks like I've finally seen the light. Forget all the complaints, the protests, the warnings. I've made my decision. I'm officially signing up to be a slave to JJX. That's right, I'm going full-on corporate puppet, and I can't wait to bow down and worship the almighty advertisement gods that are about to flood the game. Who needs freedom and player choice when you can be a loyal JJX servant? $32 a month for membership? I'm ready to roll. Raid, Shadow Legends ads every 5 minutes? Bring it on, I want more. It's what the game was missing, non-stop advertisements to remind me how worthless my existence is unless I'm spending. I'll gladly hand over my life savings for the privilege of seeing exclusive offers to make my virtual life better. You play the game for fun when you can have the experience of being a walking cash register? I'm here for it. The power of JJX is undeniable. I mean, they care about us, right? They just want to make us happy by adding more things to buy and making sure we're bombarded with ads to remind us we should have spent more money. What's the harm in that? In fact, I'm ready to wear my McDonald's ammo with pride. When I hit that $32 membership, I want to see ad banners all over the place, like some kind of glorious neon sign reminding me I'm not truly alive unless I'm constantly spending. I'm just waiting for the sponsored by Coca-Cola dungeon. It's gonna be amazing.